Good morning. Oh, I should turn the lights on. Hello, my name is Eric Thompson here at the Regional Emergency Operations Center, and I decided to go live here because you probably heard that there's some news coming out of Summerland. And as you've probably heard or seen before, this process of live streaming isn't pretty sometimes. We have an opportunity now because people know where to find us to share information in real time, and that's what we're going to do. So right now I'm just going to the District of Summerland website to join you in getting, I'm just looking to get the details correct here so I don't get it wrong. Let me just see if anyone's watching us right now. We've got one person watching, that's good. What I've learned with this live stream from the feedback is that many people are watching the repeat. They're watching it later on in the day to get information. And that means that going forward, we won't be doing a lot of these updates now because we're getting people from Summerland home, but we now need to focus on people who are in the electoral area, F, Falder, Meadow Valley, those who are not going to be going home right away, but want to go home to see their property. That's the process that's underway for the regional district right now, and we'll talk a bit about that. But going forward, we'll really stick with those 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock updates. And with these updates, some of them like this are a bit freeform, but I've definitely learned that we need to be more like the news. And at the top, we have what's new, and then we can move down the list to other things or across the list because it's not any less important. But first and foremost, people want to know things like re-entry. So for those of you in the Summerland area, you will likely have received a Voyant Alert notification. And that Voyant Alert will give you all the details on what is happening right now. So Tuesday, August 18th, the current evacuation order affecting the District of Summerland has been partially downgraded to enable partial re-entry of the community. And we are looking now at, and we're recording this on Tuesday, August 18th, Summerland proper, west of Highway 97, up to and including a portion of Cartwright Avenue, a portion of Hadrill Avenue, south of Dale Meadows Road, but excluding the following properties. All addresses on Garnet Valley Road, north of Jones Flat Road. And there is a list if you go to summerland.ca and click on the red banner for Bald Range Wildfire updates. That's where you'll get this list. Again, this information has been sent out by a Voyant Alert to everyone who has been signed up, who has signed up for that in the District of Summerland. But I want to reiterate, if you've just joined us, for those of you who are waiting to go home, your patience is amazing. I know how difficult it is. Thank you very much. But things have changed now. So as you probably heard me talk with Graham yesterday, they're finalizing the plans. And I asked very specifically, because at that time, the time is not confirmed until it's confirmed. But I said, for your benefit, can we ensure that it will be before noon? And he said yes. And what that means is that people don't have to stay in a hotel room another day. They can check out. So here, the other thing I'm going to do is I was going to turn the comments off, and I haven't had a chance to do that, more for my benefit so that I don't get distracted. So I'm covering them over. So I can't see your comments until it's Q&A time. But in the meantime, if you can just keep the comments so that they're not distracting or upsetting for people who are trying to return home. If you have nothing to say that is a question or something helpful, please stay out of the comments. But I'm not looking at the comments right now because, again, people mostly watch this, the repeat to get information, find out what happened, and they're not necessarily watching the live chat. And I want to take a moment to apologize for responding, sometimes not very positively to what's been going on in the chat, but I'll talk about that another day. I have a real problem with how social media has become a place to inflict points of view that aren't helpful. We'll leave it at that. Back to Summerland. So the current evacuation order affecting the District of Summerland has been partially downgraded. It's very important for you to be specific. We don't want to give people false hope. So for Summerland, if you go to the website, you'll find that information, summerland.ca, click on the red banner. I'm going to bring that up right now. That should probably help. I think that is so important for you to get the specific details so you know exactly what's happening. This is not a good time for people to have any kind of confusion, and I appreciate that. Voyant Alert is such a vital service. Here you see the information. It's west of Highway 97 now, downgraded from an order to an alert. up to and including a portion of Cartwright Avenue, a portion of Hadrill Avenue, south of Dale Meadows Road, and excluding the following properties. You can see them there on your screen. I appreciate it's kind of small, but it's addresses on Blagbourne Avenue, Mott Street, Jurek, Cartwright, Garnet Avenue. And you can get more information by clicking there. You can see the map here. Now, the interactive map that we've been using for the Regional District of Okanagan, Similkameen, on the Emergency Operations Center website, that needs to be updated electronically. So at the moment, that map might not be accurate. So I do apologize, but it will be made available as soon as possible. So we're going to go to emergency.rdos.bc.ca. And we're going to go to the interactive map. And then at the soonest possible opportunity, that map will be updated. But in the meantime, a map was sent out via Voyant Alert to residents of Summerland who are going home. So we'll go back over here. This is the district's map. Okay, there, that might help a little bit. So the area now in yellow are under an evacuation alert. You can go home. And I'm happy for you. For those of you who are not home, many of you I know, I'm thinking about you. And I know it's troubling that you can't go home. For those of you who've lost a property or a home or anything, that's difficult. This is a real important time in this emergency. It started on August 7th, which was a Friday, just after 5:30. People had to flee for their lives. And then it was sobering knowing that houses and garages and other cars were getting destroyed by this fire. But people got out. There was one confirmed fatality, as you know, and I say that because I don't know how, I don't want to go into a family's personal loss other than to say, I feel for you. I know how incredibly painful that. I don't know. I don't want to know, but people are thinking about you and your family. But for others, the fact that there wasn't a serious loss of life in this incident, a number, more people, that kind of thing, people got out for the most part. That's important. So in the meantime, now we're looking at people who've lost properties. I saw them yesterday. I saw a lot of them. So those of you returning home, you'll be in a neighborhood potentially. See the red there? You can see it's small on this map, but there are places it's red on a map, but it's somebody's home and all their memories. And you might be living beside that, and that might be tough. So please remember, people will need your support. And for you, if you need support, don't hesitate to reach out. Now, speaking of supports, the reception center has been scaling down because of the fact that so many people are going to be going home. And if you're not on an evacuation order, those supports end. And they're provided, the financial part of it is through the province, but administered by local volunteers. I know that there's a conversation on right now to say, how do we still support people who, although they're not on evacuation order and they might be able to go home, they might still need help? How can we support those people? And that's an important question. And it's being answered by a lot of community organizations. And with the District of Summerland, this Emergency Operations Center will do everything we can to try and connect you to those services. But please remember, if you do go into the reception center, it's still set up at the Trade and Convention Center. You can get information there. And the volunteers there will help you connect with the services that you need. Also, local groups, including faith-based groups, are doing a lot to continue to support people. So if you need help, make sure you reach out. It'll be a difficult time for some people, and we have to make sure that we're sensitive to that. I'm going to take a very quick moment and go to the comments now and see if there's something I'm missing, if people have questions. We have a call center here, and they have been very busy. And one of the things we're doing with all of the communication that you've seen, we introduced this new part with a live stream. We're winding that down now to just regular updates at 2 and 6, unless things change, as they just have. But when people call in, we hear information on the phone lines, key concerns and key questions. We can quickly make sure that we're pivoting to get that information out on the live stream, and then all through all the other channels on the websites and printed material as well. People are asking about specific properties. Are we able to go home? Tingley Street. Again, the RDOS map right now has not been updated to reflect this change that just happened. that just happened a few moments ago, 7 o'clock. So as soon as that information is updated, we'll make sure we get it out and updated on this map. But in the meantime, there is a list of addresses. If you are on Voyant Alert, you would have received a notice, and that notice will tell you whether you're going home or not. But if you look at this map here, that gives you an indication. There was a list as well that I mentioned of properties that will not be going home. So it's Summerland proper, west of Highway 97, now on an evacuation alert, including a portion of Cartwright Avenue, a portion of Hadrill Avenue, south of Dale Meadows Road, and excluding all the following properties. And you can see the list there. It is kind of small, but it's 2 homes on Blagbourne, Mott, Jurek, 3 homes on Cartwright Avenue, and Garnet Avenue. Also, if you did not receive a Voyant Alert notification, but you'd signed up, there could be a possibility that your property is not part of that evacuation order change to an alert. If you haven't signed up for Voyant Alert yet, please do. You can do so through the District of Summerland or the RDOS through their websites. The call center is open here for the Regional Emergency Operations Center. If you are struggling or you have some information you need, you can't figure these things out, you can call 250-490-4225. Most people are probably in their vehicle right now and they're not listening to this, and that's good because they're heading home. I'm going to take a very short pause and come back and just reiterate what we've talked about, and then I'll talk a bit about the center that will be open in Summerland for people who might have a few questions and want to get a paper copy of the reentry guide. That reentry guide is very important. Review that information. It's available online through the District of Summerland website. And we have been saying to people that, take a look at the previous guides to get information, which reminds me, I'll stand by. I just have to make a very quick phone call. I'll be right back. Full transparency, I forgot to take the garbage out this morning. I live in Summerland, so I called my wife. Bad husband. Talking points from Cam Bond. So Cam Bond is the environmental specialist who's been at the Summerland landfill, and now at this time, with more people going home, it's really important that we have some information. The fire remains active. It's in the wood chip pile at the District of Summerland landfill. It will create some localized smoke in the area around the landfill. The District of Summerland has staff now receiving assistance from Delta Wildfire Response. That's an agency that knows about landfill fires, so they're working with the District of Summerland. Delta Wildfire Response have enhanced fire protection on site, including running almost 3 kilometers of hoses and pumps, and that allows continuous water at the landfill. Summerland continues to receive guidance from Sperling Hansen Associates. That's a recognized leader in landfill firefighting. And the landfill compost site was partially damaged, including damage to the power poles at the site. Residents are asked not to put food scraps in the green cart. So you've been used to putting food scraps in the green cart. Please don't do that. Now, it's important to put them in with your garbage, or if you compost yourself, of course, you can do that. Curbside garbage has been moved to every week collection with food scraps. Garbage collection every week. Put your food scraps in there, please. Yard waste will be collected every 2 weeks until the compost site can be repaired. So your yard waste every 2 weeks now. That information is in the reentry guide that you'll find on the District of Summerland website. It's good news. People are going home. Let's see what else I can share with you here. What you should do. So when you're on an evacuation alert, because people are still on evacuation alert in many areas, these are important things to keep in mind because the wildfire is still very real and conditions can change. And we'll get a wildfire update at 2 o'clock this afternoon from BC Wildfire Service. Fill the gas in your vehicle, or at least have it half, in case you have to return to the area before Do that, sorry, before you return to the area. That's right. So if you're heading home now, now is a good time to get some gas before you go home in case the alert changes. Bring 3 days of food and essential items with you, as local grocery stores may not have what they need. So if you're driving, you haven't, say you're at a hotel right now and you're watching this, but you're going to go home, take supplies with you. Because remember, what you're going back to is a home where the power has been out, and food and supplies could be limited as many people move into the area. If your animals or livestock have been relocated, you can call alert to coordinate their safe return, 490-6531. 490-6531. What's stopping people from Prairie Valley getting back? I don't have those details, but what I can tell you is that we'll bring Graham in here as soon as we can. But right now, those areas that have been opened up to people going home, so the order downgrade to an alert, if areas are not open, it's basically similar to what the issue was before. Those areas are not, I don't know what the reasons are. There's multiple reasons, but it's not because it's not an arbitrary thing. It's based on the operational information available to people who are working on it right now. Graham can probably give us more information, but I do urge caution, or patience rather. I know it's frustrating, believe me. I've been there, and I know people who are, and I hear from them all the time. So at the earliest possible moment that you can go home, you will. At the moment, what I want to remind people of is those people who are now returning home, and there's several hundred of them going into Summerland. Please check the return kit, the reentry kit rather, for some of the key information that you're going to need. Again, making sure you have fuel in your vehicle before you head home, making sure you have some food and supplies so that you're able to basically for up to 72 hours have what you need for your family, bottled water and that supplies like that. I'm going to pause for just a couple of minutes because I want to go and reset. For those of you who may be watching this recording, some of this information might not be helpful for you, but some of the reminders I hope will be. And those reminders about why, when you're on evacuation alert, you need to be prepared, how you can get information, what you're looking at going forward as far as supports. When you're no longer on evacuation order, the emergency support services supports that you've been receiving will end, but some people may still need help. And there are groups in the community who are stepping up to help. So the best we can, we'll connect you with some of them. Certainly on the RDOS website right now, we've had the links on the main page to some of the groups that have been looking to help people and have been helping people. So please keep that in mind, and I will pause for just a moment, and I'll be back in a couple minutes. And then remember at 2 o'clock today, August 18th, our BC Wildfire update with Aaron, and then at 6 o'clock, our full recap with Graham Stat. We'll also invite Deborah Jones-Middleton to come in if she'd like to. I'm thinking of things as I'm talking to you here, and I know that for some people going home will be challenging for some and more so for others. You may want to, yes, please stay in contact with your insurance provider. I'm going to give you an example. You've got a couple family members and you're going home, and one or two of them aren't comfortable with that initial phase of what it's going to look like. Walk into your house, you don't know what you're going to see. You've had a fridge that's been without power and those types of things. I would recommend one of two things. One is designate a family member who's comfortable with that to go home first, if you can do that, if that's possible for you. And then maybe the other family member could go and get some groceries, and the other buys. That might be better for them in Penticton or wherever you may be. And then the other family member who goes home may need some support. Maybe another family member who's not impacted, or a friend could come and help you. Because when you arrive home, you might need to do some cleaning. We've had smoke in the area. I know patios are going to be covered with ash and all the mess that is created by this fire. So break it up into little chunks and take your time and give yourself some grace and your neighbors too. This is a time where we'll have to help each other, and I know people will. So I'll leave it there, and I'll be right back. Good morning. My name is Eric Thompson. I'm in the Regional Emergency Operations Center. And as you know, we're starting to change the purpose of this live stream. Not the purpose, but the hours. Excuse me, I just had an oatmeal cookie. That was breakfast. What we're really trying to do is make sure we're getting information out to people as quickly as possible through all the different channels. And this live stream, through it, we've learned that we need to make sure we connect the loop. So if we're saying it here, you can find it somewhere else. Some of the big concerns right now, people want to know specifically where they can go in, like which areas are now under an evacuation alert that we're under an order. So remember to check the key websites. For Summerland, it's summerland.ca. The RDOS Emergency Operations Center, the interactive map, the menu you maybe have seen. You can find that map here, but it hasn't been updated just yet because there's a connection. This is the District of Summerland re-entry process, but we'll make sure this gets updated right away. As you probably heard, if you've been watching this program here, whatever we call it, the live stream, every effort has been made to get people back to their homes as quickly as possible. And because sometimes it's not pretty, you might not find all the information you need. But I'll just reiterate for those of you watching now live, and then I'll have some more information for those of you watching the recorded broadcast. When you go to the District of Summerland website, you'll see this red banner, the big banner. I've clicked on it already, but now it's on this page here that talks about which areas have been, the order has been downgraded to an alert, but also we've got some properties here that are excluded. Those are the excluded properties, and there are 2 on Blackbourne, Mott, Jurek, Cartwright, 3, and another 3 on Garnet. There is a map that'll give you a rough idea of where the areas are. If you're watching in other parts of Summerland or the regional district, and you're wondering about your situation, I don't have anything to share at the moment, but certainly the moment there are any changes, we'll let you know here. I don't want to confuse people who are in areas that are under evacuation order in the regional district. There are a lot of properties that have been impacted by this wildfire, impacted seriously through Falder and Meadow Valley. If you own one of those properties and you haven't heard from the RDOS, so say your property's been impacted but no one's phoned you, you should phone the Emergency Operations Center. We don't want everybody to phone the Emergency Operations Center. It's people who likely know their property has been impacted. And if you haven't received a phone call, there's a good chance that there are no issues. So it's basically, there's a list of people whose properties have been impacted. Graham Stat gave us the overall list for the region. It's 150 properties where the structures have been damaged or destroyed. Approximately 110 of those are in electoral area F. So for those of you who live in that area that was directly hit by this fire, but you possibly haven't heard from the regional district and you haven't signed up for Buoyant Alert, if you can make a phone call to 250-490-4225. That again is not for everybody. It's only for people whose property has been impacted in that area. Likely you would know already from your friends and neighbors if you're waiting for a call. And that is to give you information, but also plans have been in the works to try and get people back to those properties. I want to let you know that what I've asked for, what I've suggested as a communications professional, and what I know the team is working on is really starting to look at homes where structures are still there to begin that tour. Because imagine if your property is impacted and you have heard or seen on video from some of the YouTube videos out there, or maybe you've heard from people who stayed behind, that the structures are on your property, you're probably thinking exactly what I would think. I need to get back there. I need to tend to that building. So that's the focus now, is getting those people back into those properties, and then also people who want to see their property, especially if there's been some damage, some serious damage. I've seen it for myself, and it's going to be tough for people. So remember, reach out if you need help. The recovery center will be open this morning. So we're broadcasting now at 10 to 8 a.m. on Tuesday, August 18th. Recovery center in Summerland will be open at the George Riga Arts Center. And that recovery center is a place to go as you're going back to your home to talk to your neighbors and friends and talk to some people from the RDOS and or sort of the district, well, the Regional Emergency Operations Center and the District of Summerland. printed copies of the reentry guide will be made available, but it is important if you can go online and either download or access that reentry guide. There's some very important information in there about managing what will be for some people a tough situation with fridges that have been without power, and freezers, and the cleanup and all that that goes with it. So the reentry guide gives you some good guidance on that, including if you have to dispose of appliances like fridges or freezers, what you do with your garbage collection. And remember, because of the organics collection being paused because of the landfill fire, you will have to put your organics into the garbage, and it will be picked up once a week. We will, at this point, we'll stay here on this live stream for a little bit longer. I'll come back just after 8 with a quick update, reset. But then at that point, what we'll do is we'll stick to that 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock update time for the next little while. And then we'll start to wind this live stream down. And we're in the process right now of working with some of the communications team to look ahead to how we can take what we've learned from this emergency communications, and communications information is always key. It connects to everything else that's going on. How we can make sure that we have a consistent, accessible loop. And when I say loop, I mean sometimes Graham is saying something here and people are learning it for the first time. And I think that's important to have that opportunity. But then we need to make sure the loop kicks in. So the call center is aware of that. Elected officials are aware of that. It's on the website. It's on the paper hard copies that would be made available at the ESS reception center. So there's no inconsistencies and it's accessible. If Alan G is watching from the local radio station, local radio provides an important service during an incident like this. All media does, but not everybody's going to have on their phone or wherever else they have access to it, a YouTube stream like this. And not everybody's always offering a YouTube stream. So local radio, if they can use their top of the hour broadcast news, for example, as an opportunity to share key messages, whether it's from the regional district or the emergency operations center or the municipality, that can be really helpful. And that's, again, where the news kicks in. It doesn't always have to be something like this where someone's talking from the organization, but to share the key information. So we as an organization need to always make sure we're getting that information to the media so they can share it. Something that's really important now is the emergency support services reception center that is still set up and still operating and still providing support to those who need it at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. We now have a very large portion of the District of Summerland. Those residents are now making their way back to their home, or they're already home. And what that means is the reception center then starts to contract, and that's such a government word. It starts to basically, the services change, the service level changes. But having said that, if anyone is receiving group lodging, that means they're staying there, food will be available to them, regular meals to make sure they have their needs met. Others who are getting the support financially, maybe staying in a hotel or staying with friends, part of those supports cover meals. So while you might not see full meal service for everyone at the Emergency Support Services Reception Center going forward, everyone's needs are meant to be met in different ways. There are a number of organizations locally who are stepping up to help people, because when an emergency happens like this, some people, even if they're getting ESS supports, but maybe they can't work financially, it could be difficult. They might need some help with whether it's food or any other supplies. Look to those groups, and you can find a list on the RDOS website for sure. There's a list of who is providing which services. Now, some of the hours might change. There was a group that was set up with tents at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center and SOEC, the South Okanagan Event Center, and they were staffing that 24 hours a day. I don't know the status of that right now, but look to those types of groups. There's a comfort center as well that's been operating and doing amazing work, because I've heard so many people, some of their stories of going there, and that's a Princess Margaret School, Princess Margaret Secondary School, and donations of food were being given to them, and they were looking to help others. So comfort center hours will be changing, but certainly for the next couple of days, it'll be open still, to the best of my knowledge, and that's what I have heard. Well, that's interesting too. Someone was asking about nesters. So the grocery stores in Summerland, of course, being out on evacuation order, the grocery stores will have a lot of work to do to get ready. And I know that the operations crew here was making arrangements to make sure that restaurants and stores and faith-based groups can try to get in early to take care of those needs so that when everyone comes in, they're ready to go. But again, when these areas open up, there's some safety protocols and processes. So be aware of that when you're going into your community, that if you see a property that has obviously been damaged and there's orange plastic fencing in front of it, that means stay out. It's on an evacuation order because of the damage to that property. And just please be careful and be respectful of that property and make sure that no one's going in there, especially young people, because I saw some of it yesterday and there's some hazards there. I'm going to take a short break and I will come back in just a few minutes. Very quick reset for those of you watching the recorded broadcast at 8 o'clock or so. Well, that probably means nothing if it's recorded, but coming up just ahead. I'm going to try and get another clock. The other one, where is it here? Here's the clock. I'm going to save the clock. It's fallen 3 times off the wall. And maybe, I don't know what I'll do with that, but I apologize I don't have a clock. I'll get one because I think when people are watching either the live stream or the recorded broadcast, it helps tell where things are. These are the types of changes and improvements we'll make going forward that we can document so that if an emergency happens in another community, we can share that information with them, and we're workshopping it live so that others don't have to. I'm going to take a short break and I'll be right back. Hi there, I'm just popping in for a moment. I'm in the middle of an EOC briefing, so I'm getting some new information. We're getting questions about Prairie Valley, why Prairie Valley is still on an evacuation order. I will ask Graham Stat, CAO of Summerland, and see what I can find out. Also, Deborah Jones Middleton, who's one of the directors here at the EOC. So why is Prairie Valley still on? I've received some information or comments where people have said, you talk about process, what is the process? I'll again talk to Graham and see if we can better illuminate that. The landfill is on fire and work is being done to manage that. So a lot of water and the specialists are there. There's no word on toxicity or anything like that. Right now we have some difficult conditions here in this area, all throughout Penticton, Summerland and area with the air quality, and that's due to the wildfire. So no specific information on the landfill fire, but I think because of the way the air is, it's always good to err on the side of caution if you're outside when these warnings are in place. So at the moment, we're just looking at the map here. This interactive map for the Regional District of Okanagan Similkameen will be updated shortly to make sure that it reflects this evacuation order going now to an alert. So I'm going to leave this on the District of Summerland website. Oh, what was that? Let's see if it was changed. It doesn't look like it's been changed. Maybe it has. I'll double check that anyway. But remember, some areas will still remain. There it is. Yes, it has been. It has been updated. So those little areas in red, little pockets of red there, those are neighborhoods where, or homes, areas where homes are. They remain on an evacuation order because of the state of the home itself. So if you're in any of those neighborhoods, please be cautious of properties where there could be damage. Someone's asking in our chat here if if everyone's been notified whose homes have been damaged. For the most part, through Summerland, yes, and in the Regional District of Okanagan Similkameen, there were still a few properties, I believe in the Falder and Meadow Valley area, where we were asking to call. So if you haven't been notified, but you think that likely your property is impacted, I mean, that's a tough thing to say. I know that doesn't sound great, but there were a few properties. I think what we'll probably have to do is come up with a plan I think once neighbors start doing the tours and visiting those places, we'll start to get a better picture of who knows and who doesn't know and how we can get hold of them. But most people have been contacted. And I know because of social media videos where people toured through some of the areas that were hardest hit, that likely is how people may have found out, which I don't want to talk about that because I don't know how that would make someone feel. I think the mental health supports are important for someone who might really be struggling with that. Actually, having said that, the recovery center, sometimes they're called resiliency centers. Often they're called recovery centers. There will be a recovery center set up in Summerland, and it's at the George Riga Center, and that will open at 10 o'clock today. And what you'll find there is they'll connect you to resources. So counseling services and the reentry guide, copies of the reentry guide will be there, but certainly if you can access it online, please do. And there will be a recovery center established at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. Basically right now, for all intents and purposes, those services are available, but the shift will change once we have more people back home. So anytime we get that new information, we'll let you know. The city of Penticton has really been, I've seen several of their staff, or many of them I know, but they're helping with this emergency. Right now, good friend in operations, information section, and other areas where the city of Penticton as the host community has really stepped up. And that includes the entire team at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center, South Okanagan Event Center, and other city facilities where they've been helping make sure people get the services they need. And that is a big job. That means using those facilities in a way that they're not normally used day to day. So thank you to those people who are working that. I'm going to leave it there and go get a bit more information, see if I can get Graham to illuminate things for us. Someone's asking when Falder is back. There's no date yet for reentry, but what's being done right now is to get people back in on a temporary access pass to go and see their properties. And that will start with properties where structures are standing, because of course, if you had wildfire go through your neighborhood and a home or a garage or whatever it may be is still standing, you certainly want to go and deal with that. And then from there, as many people as quickly as possible will get in there. But it's not an area where you want a lot of people driving through, that's for sure. I saw it yesterday, and I saw a lot of damage and power poles down, and crews are all over working there. The power line technicians are working to restore power. So if you are driving in any of these areas, I urge you to slow down when they're cruising. And I don't want to sound like dad here, but the reason I say that is because today when I was coming in on the highway from Summerland, I saw a vehicle driving past me just at a ridiculous speed, like 130 kilometers an hour. And then I caught up to him. I didn't catch up. We were all driving normal. And I saw him right beside me at the light on Westminster, right beside me. And he's doing 130, which to me is dangerous. So I said I wasn't going to do this. I won't veer off. This is an EOC update. My name is Eric Thompson. I'm here to provide useful information for you as it changes and information that can help you. We're going to try and connect you to those links. We'll save the chat part of it for another broadcast on another network. I'll be right back with more information in just a moment. Hello, in just a moment, Graham Stat will join us from the District of Summerland to talk a bit about a couple of issues that have come up. People are wondering about their area going from an order to an alert and why that hasn't happened for areas like Prairie Valley. We'll talk to Graham a bit about that. We'll also discuss the landfill. That's coming up in about 5 minutes here on our Emergency Operations Center live stream. Well, good morning. It's the live stream that never goes away. We had planned to be live streaming from at 2 o'clock and at 6 o'clock for the next few days at least. But today, as you've probably heard, an evacuation order for a large portion of Summerland was downgraded to an alert. And that means people are going home. And you can see the map on the screen. That's the Emergency Operations Center website. Nice to see yellow instead of red, but it's important to remember what that means. That means that if you remain on an evacuation alert, you do have to be prepared to leave if conditions change. There will be a lot of questions over the next little while, and in Summerland right now, there is a recovery center that will open up at 10 o'clock at the George Riga Center, and it will be open daily from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., and you can connect to services there, including mental health supports and other supports. And then at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center, the Emergency Support Services Reception Center remains open, scaling back a bit with the need decreasing, but there is still, of course, a need. So anyone there who is receiving group lodging will certainly receive food to go along with that and whatever needs they have. But those of you who are on evacuation order still and are receiving supports, for example, help with hotels and supplies and food, those supports are intended for food as well. So that's why you won't see the level of food service that has been provided at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. I would like to take a moment again to recognize and thank everyone at those facilities, the City of Penticton facilities, who've been stepping up to manage what has been a very challenging and growing situation that's now going the other direction where more people are going home. This service, what we're providing here right now as far as this live stream, if you are not at home, I feel for you. I was in that situation, but those of you who are potentially aware of the fact that maybe your home has been damaged or destroyed, all I can say is reach out for help. At the reception center, you'll find people there who can help connect you to resources. It could be reminding you to contact your insurance company. It could be remind you to take care of yourself, which people had done with me about 800 times, where they said, you've got to take care of yourself. You need to hydrate. And I am doing that. I've been involved in long distance trail running where you're putting yourself through a challenging situation, but when you train for it and you take care of yourself and you fuel properly and you hydrate properly, you can get through it. And especially in a case like this where it's a little different than that. It's a long run, but it's a hard one. There's lots of uphill. There will be some flat sections, and for you that could look like a number of different things. It could be where you get some answers to questions you have. And so that analogy aside, in just a moment, Graham Stat will join us. He is one of the EOC directors here, and he's also with the District of Summerland, of course. And we've had some different questions about why areas that are under order right now are still under order. I'm going to ask him about that. And the landfill is an issue. Crews are there with specialists working to manage the landfill fire. The Bald Range wildfire, as you know, broke out on Friday, August 7th, and today it's the 18th. A lot has happened since then to get people into their homes, to find them the support, to make sure they're safe. But the work really will continue for a long time. And I think the most important thing is that we work together to provide feedback on what's working and what's not working, what we need more of, how we can make this better for others in the future who have to manage this. And the RDOS and the District of Summerland and Penticton and all others, St. Pinkton Indian Band, have done an amazing job to all connect, to make sure that we're sharing information, we're all working together so that we don't have everyone going off in different directions. And I mean more with information, to make sure that the information you're getting is consistent and the information you're getting is that information that you need. And sometimes the answer is not what you're getting. And simply, I know that if you're on an order, the simple answer is, when can I go home? People are working hard to make that happen and to get that answer. Graham's going to join us in a moment. I'm looking at the comments now because I'm going to do that for just a moment. I'm segmenting when I look at the comments so that I can actually address questions, especially for those of you watching the recording. I can appreciate if I'm responding in real time live to comments that may have been offside or something that's not useful for you because you want information. So I take that feedback and I will follow through on that. But for now, someone's asking if there's a traffic jam. Well, right now, as we're recording this, it's 8:52 in the morning, And I don't have that intel from the field, but I will certainly find out. What you can expect, though, is that it will be busy heading into Summerland for people who are looking to get home, which is an important reminder that the Princeton Summerland Road is not open. That's not a route back into Summerland. So if you're outside the area, possibly in the Princeton area or coming from the coast, don't take the Princeton Summerland Road because it's closed. You won't be able to get into Summerland. I've talked to many people who've spent the time in Calgary. And for those of you in Calgary or other areas coming into town, not sure what to say, but if you have any questions, you're just not finding the information you need, you can call the call center. Please respect the fact they are busy and they're taking a lot of calls, but the number is 250-490-4225, and that is the Regional Emergency Operations Center line. But now with the District of Summerland lifting another large order or downgrading it to an alert, you'll be able to get in touch with district staff before long. And Graham Stadt is with us now. Graham is the Chief Administrative Officer with the District of Summerland, and he can tell us hopefully when you'll be back in your office, when district staff will open up the office. And that's a bit of a project, just like opening up a house. You have probably some cleanup to do. When do you expect the doors will open?
Yeah, the priority for probably tomorrow is to move our Emergency Operations Center back into Summerland, or we've been with the Regional Emergency Operations Center since the night we were evacuated, and we're going to restore our own Emergency Operations Center in Summerland. That's probably tomorrow, targeting staff writ large being back at work next Monday, start our normal week next Monday. Although I will say a lot of our staff are already working, helping in the response, getting things cleaned up and park areas and, dealing with some of the ash and everything. Lots of different work that's currently underway already, but the regular operations of the District of Summerland out in Municipal Hall should begin next Monday.
So the Regional Emergency Operations Center information line is 250-490-4225. For residents of Summerland, once you're back in the office, will you be providing a number that they can contact for information for Summerland residents, or would they continue to go through the Regional Emergency Operations Center?
Yeah, so if your issues to do with evacuation, questions to do with power concerns, service concerns, questions related to your reentry, that can all be directed to the Summerland Emergency Operations Center, which, as they say, will be setting up tomorrow back in Summerland. We'll have that information on our website. And other questions in relation to regular operations or the work of the District of Summerland can be directed to Municipal Hall through our regular channels. And we're going to continue to keep those two things separate just to avoid any confusion where people need to go for that information.
Excellent. So a few questions that came in this morning. I just want to make a note that right now I'm not monitoring the chat because I want to stay on the focus of these two questions that I have, and then we'll open it up for some questions.
Are
Prairie Valley. There were a few points brought up this morning in the chat, and I've received some calls from people. Why is Prairie Valley not open, and what are the concerns? We talked about water and air and that kind of thing, but are there other hazards in that area?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've resolved in large part and we've posted a pretty good summary of all the reentry criteria we look at for any area on the website. So if you're curious, I think we reduced something like 200 criteria into what's pretty easy to read, 30 or 40 maybe, if people want to look. But Prairie Valleys and Deer Ridge are looking pretty good. The one big thing we're waiting for now is geotechnical analysis, which I understand is underway today. I don't know if it'll be done today. The reason why we have to do geotechnical analysis in the area is because of debris flow after a fire event. When you remove all the vegetation on hillsides, what happens is those roots and everything that normally hold in the soil become compromised, with the trees and that being gone. If you have a major rain event that comes through, you can have a debris flow and other instability being caused. Now, we just don't know until we hear back the report what that looks like for there. Hopefully it's the all clear and we can get things going quick in that area as well. But it's one of our due diligence criteria, and it's not the only area that's being looked at for geotechnical. We also looked at that Hunters Hill and Cartwright, so they're moving through those neighborhoods now. They're in that Deer Ridge and vicinity of Prairie Valley today.
When I had a chance to look out throughout the communities yesterday on what day is it? I was on Monday. I did see smoke in some of the hills, so there's not a direct fire danger at the moment, but areas that are under an evacuation alert, as many are now, that were downgraded from the order, are potentially on standby in case conditions do change with the wildfire, and or potentially, if the winds change in a dramatic fashion.
Yeah, we only have an alert on because there's continued risk. So stay alert in the true sense. Fire still in the broader region. Lots can change. I think there's a cold front moving Friday. Lots of lightning in all likelihood through the region. So we just want to make sure that we don't get surprised. So even if you're being moved from order to just alert, please remain vigilant.
The proximity of Prairie Valley to the landfill, is that a consideration at all when you talk about reasons why Prairie Valley is still on an order?
No, it's not a concern at this time. We do have a fire at the landfill, not to be confused with the landfill fires, I think I said yesterday. And the fire at the landfill is our wood chip pile and compost piles smoldering away, burning. And we have lots of water on it, lots of good equipment, lots of talented professionals managing that with a world-class landfill engineer and our own staff. So we're trying to contain that, deal with it. It's a process. You put lots of water on it. You're gonna have to get a alarm arm excavator in there to start moving material around to get deep into those piles. As you can imagine, they smolder very hot, and it can take a long time to put those things out. But in terms of garbage and refuse, demolition waste, all that stuff, to the best of our knowledge on site, everything we're seeing, that stuff's not burning. And it's the wood chips and the compost, which is causing smoke to be released, but it's a rounding error compared to the broader wildfire air quality issues from the massive wildfire burning around us that remains out of control. And we did confirm that with both Interior Health and Ministry of Environment and Parks yesterday.
And I know you don't speak on behalf of the province, but can you shed any light on what might be happening with the Ministry of Health that might be looking at potential hazards from the fire at the landfill?
Well, Ministry of Environment is the one that governs the landfill. We're the permit holder. They just continue to ask for updates in terms of what's combusting at the landfill. We provide those updates through our engineers that are on site, and they monitor ultimately air quality reportable function. It's in websites that you can track that, and they've shared those links with us. We've put them in our frequently asked questions on our website for reentry, so people can check all that. But it's kind of like an ongoing monitoring function, and they'll do more and report more back to the community and through those channels if anything changes.
Okay, Graham, thanks for the update. I'm just going to quickly go to our live chat just to see if anyone has a question or two before we head out here. And I want to remind anyone watching in Summerland, if you're watching this live, that the George Riga Center, the Arts Center, is going to be a recovery center for the next while, and it will be open daily. Right now, on this particular date, which is the 18th of August, it's opening at 10 o'clock. So there will be resources there, and you can connect to resources and some paper copies available of the reentry guide. It's available online, absolutely something you can check out to find out what you should do with issues like your fridge or your freezer and spoiled food and landfill and all that. But right now, no compost is being collected as it was before. It's going into the garbage can, and it is picked up every week. I don't see any questions specifically other than, is there a traffic jam? Have you heard anything on the highways from the crews on site?
Actually, on the way in here, I did a radio call to our checkpoint and those sort of areas to see if I could get an update on how that's going, and I haven't heard anything. I imagine that, with just being released at 7 a.m., people checking out of hotel rooms and being located all over, it'll be a slow release and maybe some traffic congestion later. I haven't heard a report yet to confirm if there's a problem on the highway, but I just say, if you can go, get out there when you can and be patient to take your time re-entering.
Okay, final question. I don't know if you have the answer to this, but the irrigation blue boxes, have they been turned off by district staff?
No, we haven't turned any of that off. And if you return to your property and you find out something's turned off, just let us know. Actually, I should say there was a couple where just something that seems like unrelated to the fire. We had a couple water lines blow on an agricultural property, very specifically near the highway that we had to go and turn off those blue boxes to manage that leak. But in terms of generally speaking, no, we didn't turn off any agricultural blue boxes for irrigation. That'll be ready for you. And in fact, irrigating again is something we're really looking for, because that high volume of water moving through our distribution system helps move the sodium hypochlorite, the treatment chemical, back through the system as we flush our systems and restore regular water use in the coming days.
I want to thank those people who are watching live and providing some questions in the chat, because these are really important questions, and that gives us some guidance on what we should include when we're putting information out. Re-entry, would people still go through the checkpoint?
No checkpoints. What we have is 3 different barricades where people can't go, and really that's sort of like towards the Prairie Valley area, Deer Ridge, and getting into Garnet Valley. If there's closed areas where there's still an order in place to go there, you still need a temporary access permit. Temporary access permits will be able to be obtained today through the RDOS Regional Operations Center through the link on the website, or tomorrow through our own Emergency Operations Center in Summerland. Also, we'll have information on the website, but you will need a permit to go to the closed areas for temporary access pass. That location for checkpoint has now been moved from the IGA parking lot, where it's been recently, into the Badminton Court parking lot beside the Badminton Courts on Prairie Valley Road in Rosedale, and that's the checkpoint. It's possible that in the next few days we don't even have a checkpoint. You just go to any barricade that might be remaining. We'll put out more information if we mature our approach to that.
Mail service, will it be through the post office once operations get set up? Will it be out through the mailboxes that are available?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I heard the call center talking to someone about post office as well. And so first of all, the call center question that I just walked by was someone was wondering if the post office is open today. And I really don't know. I doubt it, because they themselves will have staff that probably are Summerland residents that have been evacuated. It'll take time to get back. Every business in Summerland is going to set their own schedule, and when they decide to return to full services, and that includes government services like the post office, I think that they will be moving towards a quick restoration of regular distribution of mail, but I don't actually have that in confirmation. But there's no reason why they wouldn't do that. I guess that's safe from the current status of the Summerland proper. What might be happening in the RDOS and other places, Meadow Valley, I couldn't tell you.
Final thing, final point. You had talked about trying to provide, where possible, some advance notice to businesses such as a seniors facility or a grocery store or a faith-based organization, one of the churches, to give them some advance opportunity to get prepared. Because today, once the order has been downgraded to an alert, people will be in the community looking for some of those services. Were you able to provide that advance notice, and have you heard anything about the status of, say, for example, the 2 large grocery stores?
Yeah, we did get them early access to start to get ready. And now how ready they are, I don't know. I think they got in there to do some cleanup, to disposal of things that were, past due, or where there was concerns of how long the power was off, etc. I think they're bringing in some large shipments even today to restock. So it might take them a day or two, or it might be that they do open possibly, and there might be something missing that you're normally used to getting. But I know they're really interested in getting back to full operation themselves as quickly as possible, as it's such an important part for community services.
Graham, I've enjoyed our updates and your candid answers. I know you'll give us the information you have available. We'll have another update at 6 o'clock with you, and then we're going to send you on your way back to your home.
All right.
You have to go home now.
Yeah, I do want to go home at some point today. It'll be later tonight.
Yeah.
But I should mention on the, and I should have mentioned this earlier, I apologize, Eric, but there is an interactive map now there's a link on the website, District of Summerland website, as well as the frequently asked questions document, that will tell you down to your very residence that you live at, how long your power was off to the minute. So I know this is an important thing for people. We've not just put it in broad areas. You can actually search and find that information for your own property down to the very minute, and invite you to check that out if you have any questions. If you're struggling with that interactive map or can't seem to find it, just call the call center here. The people will load it up and tell you based on your address how long your power was off to the minute in Summerland.
Excellent. Graham, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that's Graham Stott. He's the Chief Administrative Officer with the District of Summerland and also one of the EOC directors who's been working many days since the 7th of August, since this wildfire broke out, the Bald Range wildfire. I think what we'll do now is we'll wrap up this portion of our update here on the live stream, and then plan to be back here at 2 o'clock this afternoon for our BC wildfire update with Aaron Catherall, and then at 6 o'clock our larger update where we have Graham back in and look at what the day had to offer, so to speak, and manage some of the questions and hopefully provide more information. The feedback that we have received has been really helpful as far as guiding what we need as an information section, which is where I work, to make sure that information is available. So the Recovery Center now at the George Riga Center is open, and that's not the official name, George Riga Arts and Culture Center. That's open now as of 10 o'clock this morning, depending on when you're watching this. Right now it's Tuesday, August 18th, and that center will help you connect to some services. There will be some paper copies of the reentry guide and just some of your neighbors and friends and staff from the district and Emergency Operations Center as well to speak with and get some more information. Thank you very much for your patience as we roll through this process that has been a very large process. Lots to learn, lots of information to analyze, refine, and share with others across this province and other areas on how a wildfire, a major emergency in a community, can be managed in a cohesive manner, in a calm manner, and ensuring that the needs of everyone are met. And that includes getting up-to-date, current, correct information. I'm going to pause there. I'll leave the live stream on, and I will invite you to avoid the live chat back and forth, because that's not helpful. But if you have a question you put in there, we'll try and catch up with that question a little bit later on. But in the meantime, I look forward to seeing you in person for those of you who live in Summerland. And I want to thank all the people involved in making this recovery and response a little less difficult for everyone. Thank you. It appears as though a clock has entered this space, a digital clock behind me, but I don't know if you can see it. Good afternoon. My name is Eric Thompson, and I'm with the Regional Emergency Operations Center here in Penticton. And when I say regional, that means we're working with partners in the area, including the District of Summerland. Today, which is Tuesday, August 18th, a number of properties that had been under an evacuation order, those orders were downgraded to an evacuation alert. The numbers vary, but because what you have is properties, and then you also have stratas. So with a strata, there are a certain number of properties attached to that. So a strata, for example, would be one property with multiple suites. So the number right now is approximately 3,000. It could be as much as 3,400. And we're working to verify those numbers. So that's part of this process of reentry, verifying the exact number of properties in the District of Summerland. Isn't perfect at this moment, but what is important is that people are going home. And I've just come from the Recovery Center, which is set up at the George Riga Arts and Cultural Center. And the Recovery Center is there if you need it. You can go home if you're one of the people who was under an evacuation order and now your property is under an evacuation alert. You do need to stay on alert if the property is under an alert. That means be prepared to go if conditions change. Now, of course, with BC Wildfire, we'll get that update at 2 o'clock today with Aaron Catherall, find out what that wildfire is doing, the Bald Range wildfire, but it is still in the area. And when a property remains under an evacuation alert, it could be due to other factors as well. And that's one of the reasons now why people are still on an evacuation order in some areas, because it's not safe to enter. And what I have heard is, and I've seen for myself, with crews working in the Falder and Meadow Valley areas, and with some of the geotech hazards, geotech, of course, being there could be issues related to the wildfire where the land could shift, or if we do get a rain event. So there are a lot of potential hazards out there. We've spoken before on here about the BSEMS goals, and it's the BC Emergency Management System. And within BSEMS, there are a number of key priorities that you have to stay focused on. And what it is, it's a bit of a guiding light to make sure that during an emergency, people stay safe. One of them is the goals is the safety and health of all responders. And the reason that's number one is because if there's a wildfire or a major emergency, it is the first responders and other responders and other agencies that are responding to the incident that will keep the rest of us safe and will manage the incident. From there, of course, it's saving lives. Saving lives is a priority. Reduce suffering, protect public health, protect critical infrastructure, protect property, protect the environment, and reduce economic and social losses. Those goals have been developed over time for many reasons. And part of that means that then if you have, for example, power line technicians on the road working in an area where the power lines have been knocked out, keeping those people safe means you can't have a lot of traffic in the area. Even though people, I'm sure, would say, nope, I'll drive safe, it's going to be fine. When you open up an area to allow people in, whether it's for a temporary access pass or if it's now on alert, that means there is increased traffic in that area, and any potential for one of those, either the crew or homeowners, property owners, to be injured is a risk that at this time has to be mitigated. Has to be mitigated. I know it's not a good word. It's one of those government words, but important. Yeah. So we've got a new clock there, and I don't know if anyone can see the actual time. I'm not sure. Anyway, so I'm going to go through a couple of things right now, where we're at today. Normally what we're going to be doing now, especially with thousands of people going home in Summerland, we still have people who are out of their homes, and we're not going to stop. We're not going to forget about you. But in the operational conditions we're in now, what we want to do is focus on these updates at 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock, unless conditions change. Good thing is this computer here is at my desk. So if things change and we feel that we need to reach you, we'll go that way. But we also, I've talked about this information loop. We want to make sure that when you call the call center, whether you're calling here to the EOC or you're calling the District of Summerland, once everybody gets back to their office, that you get the information you need and it's easy to find. But for now, we've got the Regional Emergency Operations Center. We'll connect you to Summerland if you can't find that information. But you've got a couple of websites that are set up to be as easy as possible to use. One of them is the RDOS website, rdos.bc.ca. And then we've also got the one for Summerland, of course, summerland.ca. Emergency support services continue. The reception center is still operating at the Penticton Trade and Convention Center. There are services and supports there for people. Two different kinds of support right now. You've got people who have group lodging, and that means they're staying at that facility. Food will be made available to them. For those of you who may be staying in a hotel or staying with friends and you're getting those types of supports, that's intended to cover food and essential items. If you had to get other items, whatever supplies and accommodation, it's slightly different. So for that reason, food service at the Trade and Convention Center has been, it's slowly decreasing. And I don't want people to think that that means that services won't be available. It's just we're now managing this recovery in a different way with lots of people going home. If there are any challenges that you're facing with emergency support services, you have questions, you're not getting the answers you need, call the number here at the RDOS, 250-490-4225. Go to one of those websites. If you don't use technology or you know of someone watching this who's not using technology or they just have a question, please know that anyone who answers the phone will be doing their best to make sure that you get the answers you need or connect you to the sources of that information. Normally, the questions come in a lot about those temporary access passes and about when are we going home, but now this recovery is shifting somewhat, but it's shifting toward people going home and needing help and needing support with that, and others who are out of their homes and want to know when they can go home and want to know how they can get supports as well. So for a moment, I'm just going to talk about those of you who are returning home to Summerland. Many of you I know and spoke with some today. Thousands of people going home, and that is absolutely fantastic because I know what it's like to be out of your home, and I know the waiting is not very nice, especially once you get home. And now some of the people who are impacted today might not be able to go to their home. Their home could be on an evacuation order because it has been damaged or destroyed. For all of you, there are supports available, but it starts with connecting to those supports. And that's why the Recovery Center has been set up in Summerland. And I was just there. A number of people were there working on behalf of the regional district and the district of Summerland, plus other groups and agencies. They've got some bottled water to start with. So if you're, and it's hot out there right now and it's smoky, if you want a bottle of water for you or your children, stop by there. They've got those recovery kits that I mentioned. It's one of these. We found it wherever they were. They ended up there. These kits, a few people were coming in and getting them. They're really handy because it's got cleaning supplies and that kind of thing. You can also get connected to some of those supports. I was speaking on the phone with TELUS. They were on their way to the Recovery Center to provide information if you're having some challenges with your phone service. What else do they have there? They had a, and this was really interesting. They had a setup for in the lower part of the George Riga Arts and Cultural Center for children to paint or color or draw, and adults too, if you want to go as a family. But one of my colleagues, Shane, had a really good point. He said, let's bring some of those supplies upstairs to make sure that in that recovery center, with some cushions down on the floor, children could go and color or draw. And there weren't any children there when I was there, but I think that's a good point because he said sometimes in an emergency, families might have to be separated. Maybe the parents had to go somewhere and the children stayed with relatives or whatever it might be. And I think it's really important that those types of thoughtful opportunities are available. So rather than, your children go downstairs and you're trying to figure out your paperwork or whatever. So kudos to Shane and the team there, and Shannon and Allison and everybody else. I saw Councillor or Deputy Mayor Trainer. I saw Councillor Peak and Mayor Holmes, and other councillors will likely be cycling in throughout the day, depending on getting home themselves and making sure their families are home and comfortable. For those of you who might be watching either live or the recording, depending on where you're at, if you haven't gone home yet, a couple of things to keep in mind, and this will be important for others when they return home, or, obviously we're talking about different levels of returning home. There are people who have a completely different situation. I'm going to talk about them in just a moment. But if you are returning home, keep in mind that grocery stores will certainly be busy. They've done their best to stock up. Gas stations may be busy, but there was no real panic or anything. But I think it's important if you're, say, for example, you're in Penticton, stop by the grocery store and get some supplies. Keep in mind that you might be at home and doing what you need to do, and you don't want to have to go out for maybe 72 hours. I've heard that some of the grocery stores in Summerland are quite busy. They might not have bread left or available. So keep a thought toward what your family's going to need and whether you can get that before you go home so that you're not having to then go out again. Same with gas. If you can fuel up before you go home, if you're driving a regular old style vehicle that runs on gas, I think that's really important as well, just so that you have you have the fuel you need in case, if you're on an evacuation alert and things for whatever reason changed, you want to make sure you don't have an empty tank. The reception center, or excuse me, the recovery center, when I stopped by there. So it's funny, the printer kind of was funny here. And I just thought, it's there. It's the important thing is the information is there, and it's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be perfect, but let's just get these out to people. These re-entry guides are designed to provide the information that you'll need. One of the big things you're going to want to know is, what do I do with garbage if there's spoiled food? So certainly garbage right now in the district of Summerland, because the landfill is on fire and they're managing that. So it's a pile of chips, and then there's also the compost area. What that means is that you won't be able to use the organics process we've had where you put it in the yard waste. You have to put it in with your garbage, and garbage will be picked up once a week. Lots of that information in here. I see I'm just getting a note here about seniors, and I think that is a really important reminder, because I had a chance today to speak with a couple of seniors who, one in particular was by herself, brought one of these carts or these buckets out to her car. She had the mask on because it's so smoky. And I said this before, when you go to a recovery center like that and you talk to people directly, that informs what we're doing here, not just for the information section, but everybody. What are we trying to do? Who do we have to help? How do we help them? What do they need? And so for that woman, her return to home right now will likely involve a fridge that has been without power for a certain amount of time. So she's going to have to get rid of whatever's in there. And then, of course, cleaning. We've had so much smoke and ash in the area that there will likely be dust and ash inside of homes. So there could be a clean out there. And then, of course, patios and around your house. So some cleaning up to do. These kits, if there's some still left, I mean, there's only so many of them, but if you don't have a kit like this, the basics you'll need are some cleaning supplies and a broom and a mop if you have it. I'm just going to make a quick note here, I'm just checking my email. So for seniors, if you know of a neighbor who is a senior who might need some help, maybe their family is not in the area, that's where, as a community, I think it's important we step up. Sometimes people don't want to ask for help. So if you know of someone who is, we'll call, we've talked about the vulnerable population. I wouldn't say they're vulnerable necessarily, but it doesn't matter. You know of somebody who you think is going to need some help, regardless of their age. Now's the time to step up and try and help them as best you can, if you can. Because often with a situation like this, there are unmet needs that people don't know about if someone's by themselves and they're not asking for help, or they just maybe don't want to put up their hand. So stepping in to say, is there anything you need? I've had people say that to me when I was out on evacuation order. People said, for example, communications professionals from other areas said, if you need anything, let us know. I picked up the phone and I called Tracy Hughes from Columbia Shuswap Regional District and said, you know what? We need some help. And she came in and it was amazing. She really made a difference because she's coming from an outside area that's not impacted by the wildfire, but she managed a very serious situation with the Bush Creek East wildfire in 2023. So she was able to help us. Now she's gone back to be with her family, but also back to work. And I'm going to make the call to a few others as well and say, now's the time to step in. But right now, the needs are changing. We have people from Summerland who are going home, but there are still some in Summerland who are not home. And then I want to talk about those who are in areas that those areas are still under an evacuation order, especially those of you who may already know that you have suffered a loss for your property, either damaged or destroyed. And the numbers came out yesterday from Graham. He talked about exactly what we know, with still some verification on the specifics. For example, a property may have a garage and a house, but when there's nothing there, you can't tell exactly what it is. So there's some details that need to be figured out, but it doesn't matter. These are homes and these are people involved. So a general number was 150. And that's structures that are damaged or destroyed in this area, both in Summerland, where there were about 40, and then the remainder in electoral area F. So for those of you in those areas, anyone who's suffered a loss, you'll need different kind of supports. And again, that's where local government can be part of that solution, connecting you with the resources and helping you through the process. And it's not easy, and it's going to take time, but I know that a lot of people are working really hard to make that happen. I won't stay long here because at 2 o'clock, we'll be back with Erin Catherall. She's with BC Wildfire Service. And Erin will provide an update on the Bald Range wildfire. What's it doing? Where are the key efforts right now? Wind changing all the time, but that can really play a factor in it. We've heard there might be a cold front coming in. Graham said that that was the current forecast. I haven't checked right now, but certainly situational awareness for you is really important. Depending where you live, make sure you have a good idea of what that fire boundary is. If you haven't done so yet, sign up for Voyant Alert. You'll receive a notification through either email, text, or telephone. If you know of people who don't have access to that kind of technology and they might need some help with that, you can certainly direct them to either the Voyant Alert help number, which you'll find on the RDOS website, customer support number, or you can go to the RDOS website. There is another website that we have here at the RDOS. It's called rdosregionalconnections.ca. And we've done a number of video segments called Regional Matters. And there is a tutorial there. I'll find the link in just a moment. There is a tutorial for sorry, starting to lose my words. It's for Voyant Alert, how to use it. I recorded that with Brian McKinney, who's with the company that created and operates Voyant Alert. And Brian has a calm demeanor and is able to explain it well. And I think for some people, they're visual, they watch it. And again, if you're going to be helping somebody else who doesn't have access to technology or they're not comfortable with it, that might be a good video to watch. So I'll find that link for you and I'll put it in the chat, the live chat. And then I'm going to take a quick break because I know right now, as far as when we're recording this live at 1:21, not a lot of people watching because they're probably very focused on being home. And all that entails seeing their home again, being with their family, and just doing the work that needs to happen to get back in and get comfortable. Remember, there is a boil water notice in place right now for Summerland, the District of Summerland. That means don't drink the water, don't brush your teeth with it, but leave it at a rolling boil for about a minute or two, certainly at least a minute. And then once it cools down, I think one of the good reminders for you is to have some water in the bathroom for brushing teeth in a cup. That's what I've been doing lately. One of my colleagues said she's been putting sticky notes up to remind everybody what to do and not to do. And then also for coffee, more importantly, is maybe boil a bunch of water ahead of time because you don't want to be making coffee with that water as well. I hope that's been helpful. And I've really enjoyed the feedback I've been getting from people, not about what we're doing here, but about the opportunity we have to, in real time, share information and discuss what's going on so that you're getting the information you need, but also create a bit of sense of community. That's what's been important for me, just to hear from people and connect with people and going out in real life and actually seeing people at the recovery center and at the temporary access pass checkpoint. I spoke with some people there, spoke with some media just to see them in real life because we're always on the phone. And I say in real life because everything's so virtual these days. It's nice to get out and connect. All right, take a short break and we'll be back at 2 o'clock with Erin Catherall from BC Wildfire Service. Good afternoon. Welcome to the 2 o'clock update from the Regional Emergency Operations Center here in Penticton. I'm Eric Thompson, and in just a few moments, Erin Cathro will join us. She's with BC. We'll have our 2 o'clock update, talk about what's going on with the Bald Range wildfire. And our plan is to bring Erin in for that update today. And that is, if you're watching the recording, we're recording this on Tuesday, August 18th. And then Wednesday, August 19th, will be our last BC wildfire update as part of our live streams as we start to really focus on recovery with more than 3,000 properties now not under evacuation order, but under an evacuation alert in the District of Summerland. So it's good to see people going home. I had a chance to go to the Recovery Center today, which is at the George Riga Arts and Cultural Center. And you'll find some family supports there. You'll find when you're, if you've had some other issues with damage in the area, if you're still on evacuation order, you can also stop in there because you can get information. One of my windows here is open, and I have a couple of windows open, and I'm hearing my voice. There it is. Okay. Yeah, the Recovery Center is an important place to be if you're looking for information. Now, what I'm going to do, people are looking for information about other homes, and we will certainly not stop these updates. These updates will continue as long as we need to, but with BC wildfires focus changing to other parts of this fire and more people now back in their homes, they've got a lot to do as well. And what we'll do is we'll keep, as we do, we'll keep in touch with BC Wildfire and make sure that any changes are brought to you. But the BC Wildfire website has the latest information. If ever there are changes to alerts and orders, we will certainly have that. That's through the local government. So you'll see either an order downgraded to an alert or then to a rescind, which means it's all clear. But right now, many properties are still on an evacuation alert. That means stand by, be prepared. Take some of those steps to fire smart your property just in case conditions do change. But we certainly have enjoyed having Erin here with those wildfire updates. And again, tomorrow, Wednesday, August 19th, we'll wrap that up with one final update. But we'll keep our other updates going. We'll still focus on 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock for updates and updates as needed if conditions change. And with that, I'm just going to step out for a moment. What I've been doing lately while we're recording live is we're not monitoring the chat. We'll do our update, I'll talk to Erin, and then we'll focus on answering some of those questions. So if we're not answering your questions right now, that's why. And with that, I'm going to bring Erin in for a quick update. Erin, go ahead, and thanks again for coming in. I really appreciate the time you've been giving us.
No, my pleasure.
Got a new clock, as you can see.
Yeah.
That's our microphone.
Yeah. Okay. I'll make sure everyone can hear for sure. Okay. Hi, everyone. As Eric mentioned, tomorrow will be the last day that BC Wildfire Service will give an update on this live stream, but we can assure you that we're still continuing to work around the clock on this fire. We still have information officers that are dedicated to the Bald Range wildfire, giving updates in the morning and evening, and if there is any significant changes throughout the day on our wildfire webpage. So you can find information on the Bald Range wildfire by going to bcws.bc.ca. And you can click find information, and that will continuously be updated. So rest assured, we still have information coming out, especially for those of you that are still under evacuation order. But it's really great to hear that so many residents are able to come home now. So that's a wonderful development. For the update for today, let me just pull up the notes here. So fire behavior did increase overnight last night. We saw rank 4 and rank 5 fire behavior on portions of the fire. So these rankings mean that there was extremely vigorous surface fire with torching and active crown fire. This increase in fire behavior did result in a couple spot fires crossing some of the established control lines. Crews were able to extinguish these hot spots, but it does serve as a reminder that fuels are exceptionally dry and weather conditions can be variable and the fire is dynamic, and we still seem to get some of that aggressive fire behavior. So we have crews continuing to work 24/7, working on containment lines and continuing to action any hotspots that are discovered over any guard and outside the fire perimeter. Today, we have 284 firefighters working on the fire, 112 structural protection personnel with apparatuses, and these are split between day and night shifts. And we have 12 helicopters and 70 pieces of heavy equipment. Today, we are expecting warmer temperatures and west to northwest winds, which may contribute to aggressive fire behavior, particularly in the afternoon. This activity will challenge crews and may result in some additional fire growth. Since yesterday, we did see growth of around 700 hectares, and it does remain at 22,082 hectares in size. Crews are continuing to focus attention along the southwestern, western, and northwestern areas of the fire. So one of the spot fires that we did observe yesterday was over the control line in the Shingle Creek area, and that was actioned by firefighting personnel and aircraft. And then we also had a spot fire that occurred in the Bald Range area, and that was also actioned by crews. But we are continuing to see fire activity, especially on those northwestern, western, and southwestern flanks. We continue to have structure protection working in the area, as well as utilities like BC Hydro removing fixing poles that have been impacted by the fire, as well as danger tree assessment. So ensuring that fires that have been impacted by wildfire activity are removed from the area to ensure safety of our first responders and the public. In terms of what you will see, especially for those that are returning to Summerland in the areas that the evacuation order has been rescinded to an alert, we still continue to work out of the Summerland Arena and Curling Club. So parking for the arena is closed to the public at this time, just because we have to have spots available for the incident management team, RCMP, and other support agencies that are working on this fire behind the scenes. Another thing of note, just for those that are in the more downtown area of Summerland, the Summerland Secondary School field is being used as a helicopter landing pad for wildfire operations. So the field and adjacent tennis courts remain closed to the public to support public safety and first responder safety. Residents in the area should expect ongoing helicopter activity. There will be an increase in noise when helicopters take off and land. And there will also be rotor wash, which is equivalent to just wind that's coming from the helicopter when it takes off and lands, about 200 feet from the actual machine. So we ask the public to remain well clear of the area. I know it will be tempting to want to go and check it out, but we really want this to be a safe area and ensure that the public and our first responders have that safety and crews can really focus on suppression efforts. The other thing as well is wildfire response vehicles and personnel will continue to travel throughout the Summerland community. So just please be mindful of posted traffic signs, temporary traffic controls to ensure the safety of our crews working in and around the area. As we do see some residents return to the Summerland area, you may continue to see smoldering ground fire and smoke from within the fire perimeter over the coming weeks. This is common for very large fires, such as the Bald Range wildfire, and is typically not a concern. However, if you do see smoke rising from green unburnt fuels outside of the fire perimeter, and you can see the fire perimeter on our live map on our website for the Summerland area, this should be reported immediately to our control number, which is 1-800-663-555. So that's 1-800-663-5555 or star 55 on your cell phone. Again, if you have any questions related to the status of the fire, please feel free to email our info line at bcws.baldrange.info@gov.bc.ca. So I'll say that again, bcws.baldrange.info@gov.bc.ca. And we'd be happy to provide any updates with regards to the fire activity. If you do have questions around the status of your property, anything to do with the fire in proximity to your home, with impacts to your home, please reach out to the local jurisdictional authorities, because those are the individuals that will be providing updates with relation to properties and the status of homes.
Erin, I just wanted to clarify for the cell number, if you're calling to report a wildfire at star 5555.
Correct.
I think
yes.
you might have said 55. Missed a couple.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. 4
Lots of
5s. Yeah.
So, and that's really important because right now there's so much activity in the area. It may be difficult to tell where a new fire start is, but certainly, as you mentioned, if it's green and there's a small start, it could be a new one. And eyes
outside the fire perimeter, perimeter line.
Outside the area. Okay.
And on some of these earlier videos, and I'd be happy to show, actually, maybe that's what I'll do right now, is I'll show on the website where you can see the fire perimeter.
And you know how to share screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You've done this before. This is great. Okay, well, Erin's looking that up. I'll just remind you that Erin is with BC Wildfire Service, and the crew is operating out of Summerland, and the helicopters, I think, are an important reminder because I have seen them taking off and landing at Summerland Secondary School in the field. And as you said, Erin, people might want to get out and take a picture, but it's important to stay clear of that immediate area. It's also fairly loud, and you can sometimes feel, that wash that's there. So it's not a good place to hang out. So the skate park right now might not be the best place to be because it's immediately adjacent to that field.
Yeah, we really encourage the public to not be in the vicinity of where the helicopters are landing. So the tennis court and the field are closed. Just because we don't want to distract crews from their operational activity, they need to be focused on suppression efforts, and also just some of the conditions that are associated with a helicopter in terms of some of that wind that you're going to see and noise. And we just really want to give crews the opportunity to focus on suppression efforts and not be distracted.
Okay, that's a really good point. Safety first for sure.
Yeah.
So with the wilds, finding that webpage there, I think it's important to talk that any area that's under an evacuation alert right now, and that alert is put in place by the regional district or the district of Summerland, the alert is to keep people to be prepared. Yeah. And whether it's from the wildfire itself or potentially some of the other impacts from, so it could be geotech hazards, except for, if there was any kind of slide or something in the area. But regardless, any property that's under an evacuation alert, it's put in place so that you can stand by to be prepared. Yeah. And it is a good opportunity or a good reminder to look at your home, the immediate area around your home, and removing any combustible debris in that.
Absolutely. It's great that a lot of residents are able to return back to the Summerland area. However, some of the activity that we have seen, such as last night with the spot overs in the southwestern flank and up in the northwestern flank of the fire, is a reminder that things are still very dry and things can change. So we encourage the public returning home to do some fire smart measures on your property. It's still under alert. And it's great that residents can go home. That's really, really wonderful to hear for some parts of Summerland. But looking at some of those measures that you can do, like removing any debris from your gutters, making sure that your lawn is mowed, removing any debris underneath your porch and any other combustible materials that can be surrounding your home. Looking at moving stacked firewood against the side of the house further away so that if things change, we tried to reduce some of those combustibles that could start a house fire. So really encourage the public to check out FireSmart BC's website. There's a ton of wonderful resources there, and it's a really great opportunity just to implement some FireSmart measures while you are under alert, because conditions are dry and this fire is extremely dynamic. Just turning back to our web page, if you are interested in looking at the map, having an understanding of where the fire perimeter is in relation to your property, especially when we're talking about reporting any new fire starts and knowing whether or not it's outside the fire perimeter, a really great place to go is our public website, where we have a up-to-date map of our fire perimeter. This is updated as we get information on the sight line. So it's current, and really encourage the public to check it out. So what you'll do is you will go to our BC Wildfire Service main webpage, and this is the home page. You'll click on the current wildfire situation. And then what you'll do is you are in map view. So this gives you, it's just taking a second to load. So it gives you a map of all the fires in the province. We are the little red flame down at the most southern end. We'll zoom in there. You can use the zoom in tool here on the right-hand side. So we'll get into downtown Summerland.
While you're doing that, I was just reminded of something related to the fire itself, but the impacts, the aftermath of this fire is we've received a few calls and emails from people who are needing services, whether it's someone who might, someone who relies on others for services that come into their home. So say they have mobility challenges, those kinds of things. During an order, of course, no one is in the area. But if your property is now on an evacuation alert, which has happened in Summerland, those services can continue unless there are special arrangements made. I didn't want to say that because I didn't want to forget. It's really important because people might think, I'm back home now, my property's under an evacuation alert. Can I still get a taxi? Can I get those service providers? And in fact, the answer is yes, unless there is another reason. It might take a few days to get started. But anyway, back to the wildfire map. But I just wanted to mention that because I think it's really important. A lot of people are at home watching or looking for that information. So certainly if you know of someone like that, if you want to share that with them, if you're watching this.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. So this red line that you see here is the fire perimeter. And if you want to know the area restrictions, you can click the button here, which has an overlay. Just takes a second to load here.
This map that you're showing us is updated every day, is that right?
Yep. As soon as we get an update in our fire perimeter size, the map is updated. It's all synced behind. So you get an updated hectare size amount, and then you also get an updated, sorry, I'm on area restrictions, evacuations. You get updated hectare size, and the perimeter is also updated.
And you mentioned the alerts and orders. Sometimes there will be a slight delay in linking to the local government or First Nation when it comes to those new alerts or orders or any changes.
Absolutely. So Eric makes a really good point. It's really important to understand sort of where the boundaries lie for the different agencies that are working on this fire. So as BC Wildfire Service, we provide updates on the fire. We provide updates on the fire size, where the fire is on this map, anything around objectives for crews, updates on the fire activity overnight, weather forecasts, all the things that relate to fire behavior. and resources that are assigned to suppressing the Bald Range wildfire. For anything related to properties, evacuation orders and alerts, anything to do with your home and property, you will want to go through the local jurisdictional authority. This map that I'm showing you here gives you an idea of where the fire is in relation to specific geographical landmarks. So I just want to show here, so on the right-hand corner, you will see a little measurement tool right in the corner. And you click that. I'm going to turn off the evacuation button. Go to wildfires. So what you'll do is it comes up with a measurement bar here. You'll click the metric as kilometers, and you'll want to measure the distance. So if you wanted to know the fire perimeter to Memorial Park by the way the crow flies, this shows you that it was less than 1 kilometer away. So this gives you an indication of where certain geographical landmarks are in relation to the fire perimeter. And we really encourage you to explore this. You can search specific addresses in the search bar, and this will help inform residents where the fire is and how the fire size changes.
And that perimeter that you're showing doesn't necessarily mean that there is open and active flame in that area. It could be a ground fire or hotspots.
Well, this line that I have here is the distance. This means that the fire, this is outside the fire perimeter.
Mm-hmm.
So in here, as we zoom out,
oh, I see.
You will see the fire perimeter here.
Mm-hmm.
So this is in this red area is where the fire has been outside.
But not necessarily burning in that exact area right at that moment.
Yeah, so the fire has moved through this area.
Yeah.
We're measuring the edge of where the fire has been observed.
Can I ask you about structural protection for a moment?
Yeah.
I had a chance to look at some properties yesterday. We did take some photos, and we're not going to show at this point private property. I know it'll be in there now and choosing to do what they need to do. But I did get a chance to see where the fire had moved up on Cartwright, right behind properties, and you could see the blackened section in the homes in that particular area that I saw were still there.
Mm-hmm.
So what kind of work, can you talk about the kind of work that would have to happen during that fire to make sure that that fire doesn't advance into the homes?
Yeah, so in terms of like around the tactics of how structural protection units works, it's very like technical.
Well, I was thinking more in general terms.
Yeah.
If they're on the ground and they're in the air probably as well. It's a combination of efforts, but the bottom line is the work that was being done, because I could tell where that fire came was amazing.
Yeah, no, the structural protection personnel have been unbelievable. And it's fire departments from all over British Columbia. It's really incredible, the collective effort. And so in terms of the details and specifics around what they do, I don't know that, but I know that they're working on the ground. They have sprinkler systems and sophisticated apparatuses that they'll install in areas. They continue to work and do crews do mop up in the area to ensure that things are cold to the touch. And one thing that I also should mention is today we are doing a drone scan of the fire perimeter along the eastern flank, and then along the south to Shingle Creek Road. So this drone scan is for doing the perimeter mapping and also identifying hotspots. So you may see a drone along the eastern flank to Shingle Creek Road. However, be assured that this has to do with our operational activities.
And when that happens, it's a coordinated effort that means that all other air assets, helicopters and planes, would be grounded. Correct.
Yes. We only operate drones within our operational activities if it is safe to do so, because there's area like in the air restrictions are called NOTAMs that we don't want any drones when aircraft are in there because it can take down an aircraft. So it's really, really important that, safety is number one. And so we will be doing a drone scan later this afternoon, early evening. And so there won't be any helicopter activity in that area, but the drone scan is critical for doing more of that fire perimeter mapping, identifying hotspots that crews can go in and action if they're there. So it is an important tool of our suppression toolbox.
Having said that, the NOTAM you talked about, and I know what that is, it means don't fly,
Yeah,
is still in place. So that's not
Correct.
the time for someone to think, oh, there's no helicopters or planes.
Correct.
It's okay, because if that happens, then that's when the RCMP will get involved. I'd like to remind people as well that it's a good reminder about being out in the water, because you're picking up, there's crews that are getting water from the lake.
Yeah.
So if you see that happening, the best thing to do is to not be on the lake, ideally. But if you have to be on the lake, you're on the outskirts of the lake. Is that correct, near the shore?
In terms of like boat traffic for Okanagan Lake, I would have to
Sure,
follow up
that's
on that.
fine. This is
yeah.
great. When I put you on the spot, feel free to say no, thank you. I don't have details on that.
Yeah.
Erin, I do have a 2:30 meeting that I have to go
Okay.
to. And for us here at the Regional District of Okanagan Similkameen and in our Regional Emergency Operations Center, that's what continues to happen is there are all the other elements of response to this fire. So that's part of my job too. But I'm happy to be here for this 2 o'clock, and I'm looking forward to seeing you tomorrow for our final update. Other than what else you have today, I think for tomorrow we can maybe look big picture at the reminders that come out of a wildfire like this, being prepared yourself, fire smarting your property. And I'd like to say that I think during an incident like this, people get a better understanding of the roles and responsibilities of the different agencies involved and what role we all play in that.
Totally, yeah, and also making sure that you go to the right source for information. There is a lot of things out there that isn't coming specifically from BC Wildfire Service, nor the Regional District of the Okanagan Similkameen and the other regional districts, District of Summerland, District of Peachland. And so we want to ensure that you're getting the information from the right source and the source that's giving that update the soonest. So just really make sure to, visit our website, visit the RDOS website. We have a Facebook page as well as a YouTube channel. So encourage people to make sure that you go to those sources of information that are legitimate and up to date.
Erin, thank you so much.
No problem. Thanks, everyone.
I'm just going to step in behind there. I'll just give you a few quick reminders while Erin packs up and I get ready to head out as well. And that is that the Recovery Center is now in place in Summerland. It's at the George Riga Center, the George Riga Arts and Cultural Center. There are people there who can help connect you with resources and just a bit more information. We'll be back a little bit later on this afternoon, but our commitment to you for the next few days at least, and it could go on for a long time, is at 2 o'clock and 6 o'clock. We'll have these updates. I wasn't able to get to too many of the comments, but I did want to say thank you again for everyone who has been giving us feedback. It really helps direct the communication to know what you're looking for and how you'd like to get it, and making sure that we are here at the Regional Emergency Operations Center getting the information to you, not only the correct answers, but in a timely manner and in the way that you need it, because it's not always online. A lot of people would like a piece of paper. If they go to a reception center or recovery center, they'd like to find it there. And that's why I wanted to quickly mention and wrap up on this is the the re-entry guide. Lots of good information there about the landfill, what you need to do with your curbside collection, and much, much more. So back a little bit later on. Thank you so much. And remember, check out the websites if you're looking for more information, and best to all of you as you work on recovery. And for those of you who are still not home, we are thinking about you, and everyone's working behind the scenes to get you home and get you the supports you need. Stand by and we'll be back shortly.